Committee on Oversight and Government Reform will come to order. Without objection, the Chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. The Chair notes the presence of our colleagues from Louisiana and who are also joining us here, and we appreciate the interest in this topic. I'd like to ask unanimous consent that Garrett Graves, Mike Johnson, and Cedric Richmond be allowed to fully participate in today's hearing. Without objection, so ordered. We had one of the worst natural disasters in this country happen again in Louisiana. On August 11th, 2016, a no-name storm dropped some 7.1 trillion gallons of rain on the Baton Rouge and Livingston Parish area. Some areas received up to 31 inches of rainfall in just 2 days. That is so unbelievable. It's hard to imagine how much rain was falling in such a short amount of time. The resulting flood was one of the worst disasters in our history, causing over $8 billion of damage and claiming 13 lives. First responders, friends, and neighbors, including Representative Garrett Graves, who took his own paddleboard out and coordinated to get people help, rescued more than 15,000 people from the floodwaters. And again, we appreciate our representatives from Louisiana being here and participating in this hearing. There were some 150,000 local residents who applied for assistance. 7 months later, estimates indicate that more than 45,000 flood victims remain displaced and don't yet live at a home. Another 600 families are still living in a hotel. You know, this is one of the things that my colleague here to my right, Elijah Cummings, talks a lot about. We keep saying we're ready, we keep appropriating the money, and they're flat out not ready to deal with it. Congress responded to this by appropriating $1.6 billion to be administered by the state of Louisiana on top of billions available through other programs. The committee sponsored the first congressional delegation to the affected areas in the weeks after the floods and held a hearing on September 9th of 2016. The committee then returned to the area in February. Additionally, we have reviewed more than 80,000 pages of documents from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, and through our field work and document review, we discovered significant failures at FEMA. Among the most egregious examples is FEMA's failure to deploy in a timely manner. These MHUs, these mobile housing units, are a housing option of last resort for flood victims. At the time of the September hearing, FEMA had placed only one person in an MHU despite having 70 MHUs locally and sitting on a lot. I want to show you this graph here. Now remember, this disaster happened in August. Okay? This is the deployment of the mobile housing units. 22 are out there in September, October 593, but you really don't ramp up until February. This thing happened in August. You can take that slide down. These are people who are in desperate need of housing and simply had to wait too long. In fact, we still have people that are waiting. There's still people in line. It's April, and they're still waiting. Unfortunately, the problems with the mobile housing units are not limited to the abysmal placement or pace of deployment. Let me show you what this. I want to put up this slide here if I could. This is from Clayton Homes. Okay, this is just, we went online. Staff did good work. Kind of hard to see there, but you can go online right now in Louisiana, and that top one, it's called the Elation. It says it's in stock. They can buy between $26,000 and $45,000 right now. You could just push the button and order it. And when we talked to the representatives from Clayton Homes this morning in Gonzales, Louisiana, near Baton Rouge, they quoted $3,600 to $10,000 for delivery and installation, and they can start today. The federal government pays $150,000 for these units. And you can go online and buy the nicest one they have for $45,000, and for another $10,000 you can get it there. $100,000 premium we're paying, and they can't get them to the people that are affected for months and months and months on end? Go online, for goodness sake, and you could do a better job and save the taxpayers literally millions of dollars. It's so frustrating to see these people suffer and hear their horror stories. And by the way, that what FEMA, when they purchased these things at $150,000 a pop, we found a pattern of serious maintenance issues with them. Electrical issues, clogs, leaks, plumbing problems, doors that would not shut or lock, fires and malfunctioning fire suppression systems, HVAC systems that were too hot, too cold, didn't work at all, unusable furnishings. On average, each unit had more than 1.3 problems with it. Most concerning is the HVAC and thermostat issue. In October 2016, a faulty MHU overheated and killed an 84-year-old man. In fact, let's put up the slide from the advocate who had this story that ran. He was baked to death in a FEMA trailer. And we've spent considerable time looking at the suffering that this man went to and ultimately lost his life. FEMA falsely told our committee staff, who was there on the ground, at an in-person briefing there had been no deaths due to faulty MHUs or any efforts to replace a pattern of defective parts. That was absolutely not true. Shortly after the man's gruesome death, FEMA ordered its contractor, Chicago Bridge and Iron Company, to replace approximately 1,500 thermostats. Sadly, in the midst of recovery efforts, FEMA's priorities were clearly misplaced. In an October 31st, 2016 email uncovered by the committee, a FEMA official writes, quote, "We have no way to predict what this news will do to our operation and how the congressional office will use this prior to election," end quote. This is not the first time FEMA has placed its own image above aiding citizens in need. 10 years ago, the committee held a hearing on formaldehyde levels in trailers deployed by FEMA in Hurricane Katrina. Then Ranking Member Tom Davis stated, quote, "FEMA's concerns were legal liability and public relations, not health and human services," end quote. It doesn't seem as if anything has changed since Hurricane Katrina. FEMA is repeating many of the same mistakes they should have learned from Katrina. Additionally, we identified pervasive waste at the FEMA-funded state-run shelter-at-home program. This program allows for $15,000 in temporary repairs to a home so flood victims can remain in their homes while finishing repairs. So a contractor gets $15,000, come in, do some temporary repairs, then they can stay in their home. The biggest beneficiary of this program were the contractors who were allowed to make repairs at cost well beyond their value. The state reimbursed contractors for repairs based off negotiated, and I don't know how talk about bad negotiators, off negotiated, itemized on the list. So let's look at what we're paying for basic items. We went to Amazon.com. We figure, people know what that is. You know, pay less than $100, you can get a Prime membership and also watch some videos. These are what Shelter at Home program is paying, okay? For the 2-burner hot plate, $120. You can go it on Amazon, buy it for $22. Microwaves, $113. You can see along the way, the AC unit, $985. You can buy it for $249. And guess what? Amazon will deliver it to your door for free shipping. And if Amazon does it, my guess is every retailer that's in Louisiana would also do it to help out their friends in need right next door. We're paying ridiculous prices. We're paying $150,000 a unit, and we can't get it to the people. Contractors were also able to charge up to $1,500 to quickly inspect HVAC, electrical, and plumbing systems. The committee has questions, though, about the quality and workmanship of these temporary repairs. We met with an elderly woman whose replacement sink was attached to her drywall instead of into the studs. Let me show you what this looks like. This is after the repairs. You can put up that slide. As he puts it up, the sink fell on her foot, resulting in a painful and expensive hospital visit. And these are far from the only problems we've had with the recovery. I don't know if we have that slide there, but this basically, the sink was installed and it just fell right out of the wall. And if you just see the surrounding area and what it was looking like, it was absolutely just abysmal conditions. We're concerned about the delays in the state's selection of a contractor to manage the $1.6 billion Congress appropriated in September. So the disaster happens, Congress appropriates money pretty swiftly, and reports indicate that the state bungled the initial award and then restarted the process 2 weeks ago. It's April 2017. This happened in August, and they just restarted the process. So it's caught in the bureaucracy instead of getting to the victims. Furthermore, the estimates are that the contractor who gets awarded this is going to get $250 million to administer this. Now, there's costs. I'm not saying there's no costs. But you got 600 families that are still in hotels. I can't see a single thing that went right with this except one thing. The men and women, the families there in Louisiana, they took care of themselves. They helped neighbor to neighbor. They got out there and did what it took to take care of it. But it's an embarrassment for the federal government, FEMA, and those involved at the state level too, that we are here in April and they still haven't solved this problem. And we got real people suffering, and that's why we're having this hearing today. So I'd now like to recognize the ranking member, Mr. Cummings, for his statement.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for holding this hearing. I've often said that, and you alluded to this, when I think back at Katrina, it is something that I've talked about many, many times. And that was a situation where people kept saying, when the rubber meets the road, everything is going to be fine. And when it came time for the rubber to meet the road, we discovered there was no road. The torrential rains that hit Louisiana last August have been described as a once-in-a-thousand-year event. Some areas received as much as 2 feet of water and rose to record levels. The harm inflicted was vast, flooding more than 60,000 homes and forcing thousands of families to flee. Today's hearing is an important opportunity to make sure that we're doing everything possible to help the victims of this historic flood. Our work has been bipartisan, and not only do I appreciate that immensely, but I believe it makes our committee more effective and more efficient. After Hurricane Katrina, one of the key lessons we learned, as with some contractors involved in the recovery effort, were corrupt. I said it. Some of them were corrupt. Folk had their hands out in the midst of a disaster because they wanted to take advantage of the moment. They did not hesitate to exploit the disaster and bilk the American taxpayers, and they caused additional suffering to the residents of the region. In other words, there was pain layered on top of pain. In response, we resolved to hold contractors to account, and we pressed FEMA and other agencies to conduct more rigorous oversight of their contractors. This is no doubt that things have improved, no doubt about it, since Hurricane Katrina. But I continue to have serious concerns about FEMA's reliance and dependence on contractors, as well as its ability to hold those contractors accountable. Let me highlight one example. I think the chairman talked about this just briefly. Last October, an 84-year-old blind veteran, Everett Wilson, was found dead in a manufactured housing unit that he was provided after the floods. Apparently, there was a malfunction in his thermostat, so the heat kept pumping and pumping and pumping. When Mr. Wilson was found dead, it was 130 degrees in his unit. As part of our investigation, our staff spoke to Mr. Wilson's caretaker. She told us that the thermostat was malfunctioning as soon as Mr. Wilson moved into the unit. She said she called repeatedly to get help, and that the maintenance repairman came out to his unit. However, she said he claimed he was not qualified to fix the heating and air conditioning system, so he left. And nobody else apparently returned after that. However, we've obtained internal documents showing that the company has a terrible record of documenting its maintenance calls and responding to maintenance requests. Approximately 1 month before Mr. Wilson's death, a FEMA official warned CB and I quote, "I have seen at least 20 problems with your subs," end of quote. He wrote, quote, "Please drop the hammer on these guys," end of quote. In addition, our staff reviewed the company's maintenance records in the weeks leading up to Mr. Wilson's death, and they showed that CB and I received at least 25 calls from other residents about heating and air conditioning problems in their units. These problems did not get fixed before Mr. Wilson's death, and they did not get fixed in the months afterwards. When the rubber meets the road, no road. For example, on January 4th, a FEMA Acquisitions Quality Assurance Specialist sent an email to a FEMA Federal Coordinating Officer expressing concern that in December alone, CB and I received 1,980 maintenance calls, and I quote, "The contractor only completed 198 of those, thus 90% not completed," end of quote. Rubber meet the road, no road. That is a 9 out of 10 calls the company failed to address. CB and I also missed or failed to complete 40% of its monthly inspections of these manufactured housing units. According to this same email, quote, "Repeat caller," and I quote, "repeat caller complaints that go without maintenance attention are numerous," end of quote. So you had Mr. Wilson, who basically became collateral damage. That's right. I worry that more and more people in our country, because there is a lack of empathy, a lack of professionalism, a lack of responsibility, a lack of decency, allow others of us to become collateral damage. So on January 16th, a federal coordinating officer at FEMA emailed his colleague warning that, and I quote, "CB and I's maintenance subcontractor continues to struggle," end of quote, and that the company was providing, and I quote, "substandard performance," end of quote. 2 days later, on January 18th, FEMA sent a letter of concern to CB and I, expressing, and I quote, "concerns about your current trend of performance." The letter highlighted problems with, quote, "completing and reporting of backlog maintenance work orders and non-response to repeat calls from FEMA applicants. So I'm assuming somebody's getting some money, but nobody's performing the work. The documents we have obtained show that this contractor has a terrible record, and this demonstrates why aggressive oversight is so critical and so crucial. Finally, Governor Everett, I want to thank you for testifying here a second time, as well as for the testimonials you provided about the value of the shelter-at-home program, which temporarily repaired more than 10,000 homes and saved countless neighborhoods from abandonment. This vital program can be improved, and I believe you would agree with that, based on the experiences of Baton Rouge. And we look forward to hearing from you about how to make productive changes. I want to thank all of our other witnesses for being here today. Again, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the bipartisan effort. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I also ask unanimous consent that the letter of concern issued by FEMA is highlighted in your opening statement, as well as the article from the advocate that I highlighted in my statement, that both of these items be made part of the record. Without objection, so ordered. We will hold the record open for 5 legislative days for any members who would like to submit a written statement. But now we would like to welcome our witnesses. We're very pleased for the cooperation and the accessibility for the Honorable John Bell Edwards, the Governor of the great state of Louisiana, for being here again. We thank you, sir, for being here. We also have Mr. Robert Fenton, Jr., Acting Administrator for the Federal Emergency Management Agency, often referred to as FEMA. We have Rear Admiral David Boone, President for the Chicago Bridge and Iron Federal Services. We thank you, sir, for your service, but we also thank you for being here today. And we have Mr. Mark Harrell, Emergency Coordinator for Livingston Parish, Louisiana, somebody who's truly on the front lines. And, sir, we thank you for all of your efforts, and we thank you for your candid testimony here today. So I want to proactively thank you for being here as well. Pursuant to committee rules, all witnesses are to be sworn before they testify. So if you will please all rise and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Let the record reflect that all witnesses answered in the affirmative. In order to allow time for proper discussion, we would appreciate it if you would limit your oral testimony to 5 minutes. Your entire written record and any supplemental items will be made part of the congressional record as well. But if we have lights there, as my colleague Trey Gowdy likes to say, it's green, go. When it's yellow, speed up. And when it's red, you got to stop. So if you could just make sure you move that microphone nice and close and hit the button as you go along, we'd appreciate it. Governor, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Chaffetz, Ranking Member Cummings, members of the committee, good morning and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Since I was last here testifying before this committee, the Louisiana Congressional Delegation and I have discussed with you and your colleagues, as well as the Obama and Trump administrations, what it will take to give the people of Louisiana a full recovery. These conversations have been extremely productive. First, I want to thank you for the $1.6 billion appropriated thus far. And I'm grateful for the time this committee staff has taken to visit Louisiana to better understand the challenges we are facing. I'm also grateful to be invited here to discuss how to improve and speed up the way the federal government responds to natural disasters. The historic March and August floods were the 4th most costly flood event in United States history, with over 112,000 homes with FEMA verified loss. Understanding the scale of the destruction is critical to any conversation about recovery and where we go from here. Just as important is an understanding of how federal regulations have hindered our ability to get the assistance we need for the people of Louisiana. Prior to and throughout the immediate response to the 2016 floods, FEMA was a very good partner, but the transition from response to recovery is where challenges arose. Since I took office as governor last year, 57 of Louisiana's 64 parishes have received federal disaster declarations, home to 85% of the state's population. The waters may have receded, but their mark remains in living rooms and schools and shops around the state. The state has worked around the clock to act as quickly as possible within the parameters set by federal regulations, and yet we know there are still improvements we can all make, which is why we are here today, as there are lessons to be learned from every disaster. You have specifically asked me to talk to you about shelter at home. After Hurricane Katrina in 2005, we saw entire communities turn into ghost towns. St. Bernard Parish, a suburb of New Orleans, lost more than half of its population. Families were broken apart, businesses closed, and many students and teachers never returned to their classrooms. After last year's flooding, it was important to us not to let that happen again. However, many of the challenges that plagued the recovery from Hurricane Katrina still cause problems today. We look to programs used around the country and lessons learned from other devastating events, such as Superstorm Sandy, with the objective of holding communities together, like Livingston Parish. We studied New York's version of FEMA's STEP program. We decided that a restructuring of that program was our best opportunity to prevent repeating what happened in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina. Our version of STEP, known as the Shelter at Home program, provided a cost-effective temporary housing option, given that hotel, motel, and rental stock was insufficient even before the storm and was greatly reduced due to flood damage, and also because manufactured housing units were not readily available. The purpose of Shelter at Home was to create a safe, secure, and habitable home with a minimum of one operational bathroom, running water, a functioning kitchen, and working heating, air, hot water heater, and electrical outlets, among a list of 62 repair items, while homeowners made long-term permanent repairs. Without the Shelter at Home program, we would have been forced to put thousands of families in hotels, mostly outside of their hometowns and even outside the state, at a much greater cost, roughly $40 million per month for the 11,000 families who used Shelter at Home. However, we encountered numerous challenges within the federal process that limited the assistance we were able to provide homeowners. For instance, there are certain repairs that make a house look and feel like a home, such as insulation and sheetrock on the exterior walls, that were not permitted under federal guidelines. While we did request to expand the program and include these repairs, we were denied. Expectations, understandably, were often far above the FEMA restrictions we were bound by, and early on we struggled to communicate that effectively to homeowners. Knowing that the repairs were often austere and primarily of a temporary nature, we began carefully outlining to homeowners before the work began what the scope of work would include. Simply put, TSA and MHUs don't feel the need. STEP is too limited, but you can help. For example, consider carving out an exception to the duplication of benefits language in Title 42 and formally incorporating STEP into FEMA regulations under the Public Assistance Program Category B. This will allow states to have pre-storm contracts in place so that implementation time and program costs are reduced greatly. But this is just one example. There are numerous adjustments both on the regulatory side and within statute that will give states the flexibility to provide a more robust and timely recovery for our citizens. I look forward to continuing this conversation today, as I know we have a shared goal of expediting and improving the overall recovery process. Thank you.
Thanks, Governor. Mr. Fenton, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman Chaffetz, Ranking Member Cummings, and members of the committee. I'm Bob Fenton, Acting Administrator of FEMA. Thank you for inviting me here today to provide an update on our Louisiana recovery operations. I began my career at FEMA in 1996, and since then have been deployed to more than 50 disasters across the country, some of the largest in the last 2 decades, including World Trade Center at 9/11, Hurricane Katrina in Mississippi, and Hurricane Sandy in New York. During my 20 years in this business, I have learned many truths about disasters and helping survivors during and following the worst days. First, every disaster is different. They have different causes, different consequences, different survivors, different communities, each with varying levels of resiliency that bring their own unique requirements and challenges. Second, in responding to disasters, we can be cost-effective, precise, or fast, but we can't be all three. Time is a commodity that I can't replace, but at FEMA we strive to support survivors as quickly and effectively as possible and are constantly seeking better, more effective ways to serve. Serving the people of the communities of the United States is what motivates me, the men and women at FEMA, the dedicated professionals working in emergency management across the country. The historic flooding in Louisiana in August 2016 dispersed tens of thousands of survivors from their homes. Even though the waters receded, many survivors found their homes completely destroyed and themselves in need of shelter while their communities are rebuilt. FEMA remains committed to Louisiana recovery. Since August, we have approved more than $764 million in individual assistance, obligated more than $325 million of an estimated $677 million in public assistance. FEMA provided needed housing to roughly 90% of the survivors within 6 months. Communities recover more quickly and completely when survivors find a sense of normalcy post-disaster. When kids go to school with their friends, families attend their regular church, and people return to work. By keeping survivors close to their communities, we can help them get back to their lives more quickly and the community recover fully. When a disaster devastates the entire housing market, including rental, hotel properties, finding housing options close to survivors' homes presents a challenge. Survivors' housing needs are met through a combination of insurance, loans from SBA, and rental or repair assistance from FEMA. FEMA's authorities alone will not make survivors whole. And FEMA assistance by itself cannot rebuild a family's home as it was. Our authorities do allow us to make minimal repairs through programs like Shelter at Home to get survivors back into their own home, or provide temporary housing through hotels, rental properties, or manufactured home units, also called MHUs. In providing temporary housing, our preference is to use existing housing stock, which is more often than not the most cost-effective and efficient way to get people into temporary housing. However, there are occasions when a survivor needs are best met with one of our MHUs. In disasters, a large number of displaced persons and limited availability of rental properties, MHUs fill a critical gap. When MHUs are used, FEMA has an obligation to ensure they are safe and durable. We build MHUs to HUD standards to be deployable to any environment in the United States. We also coordinate with local governments to meet their codes and ordinances and to ensure that utilities connect. And finally, we provide a 24/7 maintenance line to survivors at move-in and are available to address any concerns they have about the MHU. We inspect them monthly to ensure they are all well maintained. However, tragically, in October, Mr. Everett Wilson, one of our disaster survivors, passed away in a unit we provided. FEMA takes the loss of Mr. Wilson seriously, and I take it personally. I have met with the state director and the Louisiana governor several times. My first trip after assuming this role was to visit Baton Rouge to see for myself the status of our recovery mission. As I said when we began, in disaster response, we can't be cost-effective, precise, and fast, but that doesn't mean we don't try. Since assuming this role, I've directed our staff to look at new, out-of-the-box solutions to improving our housing program. At the end of February, we've hosted a housing summit to identify and evaluate alternative options, and based on their recommendations, I instructed them to work with academic institutions and industry to identify new, innovative solutions to disaster housing. Providing housing for survivors after a disaster is always challenging, but we work every day to find better, more effective ways to accomplish our vital mission and to provide a consistent, high level of service to all survivors. I look forward to working with Congress as we seek better ways to serve the needs of disaster survivors, and I am happy to take any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Boone, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Chaffetz, Ranking Member Cummings, Congressman Graves, and members of the committee, I appreciate the invitation to be with you today to discuss CB&I Federal Services' role in the Baton Rouge flood disaster recovery. I ask that my full statement be made part of the record. My name is David Boone, and I'm President of CB&I Federal Services. Prior to joining CB&I in December of 2013, I served for 30 years in the United States Navy. I was a Civil Engineer Corps officer and a Seabee. Those 30 years provided me with an exceedingly rich source of perspective. My transition from a military officer to president of this company has turned out to be a very natural continuation of my career, as both demand the highest levels of dedication to the American taxpayer. During my Navy career, I participated in many disaster response missions. When we received this task order from FEMA, I was very anxious and determined for our organization to respond well in performing its mission in relieving the victims from the misery of the disaster. We provided a focus of resources and leadership to ensure success of our mission. I believe our team was highly successful in this endeavor. We serve the U.S. government. We serve those who the U.S. government serves. And in this particular case, we faithfully assisted and continue to assist victims of one of the worst flood events in the history of our country. We are proud of our work, but make no mistake, this is difficult work, and at times it's heartbreaking work. Our company has provided disaster relief assistance to FEMA since 2005, and we have successfully completed over 100 task orders. After Hurricane Katrina and Rita, we dewatered New Orleans, patched roofs, and set up many thousands of housing units for citizens who had nowhere to live. On May 8, 2009, FEMA awarded CB&I Federal Services a contract to provide disaster recovery services on task orders to be issued as needed over the life of the contract. CB&I was evaluated and awarded as the best value of all the competing contractors. That, in turn, resulted in FEMA assigning CB&I Federal Services to the Southeast region, which is the most disaster-prone region in the United States. CB&I was determined by FEMA to be the most qualified emergency response contractor, and its rates were determined to be fair and reasonable to the U.S. government. Baton Rouge is not just a job site for CB&I Federal Services. It's our home as well. We have several office locations in the Baton Rouge area. We have employees who have lost everything. We are members of this community. For much of our staff, this is home, and it is personal to us. We are not just a contractor that came to this area in response to the flood. Many of our employees live and work in Baton Rouge and personally suffered as a result of the flooding. I personally walked those neighborhoods. I saw the piled up personal belongings. I held and cried with employees. This was personal to us. I'm also proud to say that many of our employees responded to help others as volunteers, and our company gave them the opportunity to continue working as volunteers. A number of our employees were part of what became known as the Cajun Navy, serving to rescue people with their personal watercraft. So when we knew that there was a potential for our company to receive this task order to do this work, our employees were motivated to do the best possible job to make a difference and help those devastated by disaster. It amazed me that we had employees that lost everything back at work within days, striving to help others get back on their feet and support others. I thank you, Chairman Chaffetz and Ranking Member Cummings, for the invitation to be here today. Currently, we have zero work in backlog related to installation under this task order. We have received only positive comments and glowing accolades from FEMA at all levels about our performance under this task. Congressman Graves, we will stay in your district until the job is done. We are your constituents, and together we will help our friends and neighbors get back on their feet. As I said at the outset of my testimony, I take the task of serving my fellow Americans very seriously, and I ensure that everyone who works for and with me does as well. I stand ready to answer your questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Harrell, you'll now recognize for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee. I appreciate this. I would also want to thank you for recognizing Livingston Parish as being part of this flood. I provided some inundation maps for you. 94% of our folks suffered. 94%. All right, I'd like to move on to information sharing. Constantly, we run into resistance with FEMA on the individual assistance side. Our council, our parish president, everyone gets calls from our citizens wanting help because they can't get through to the hotline with FEMA. It's ridiculous. So when we try to follow through and help our citizens, we're constantly told as Privacy Act, we cannot give you this information. What are we to do? I ask you to please look into this, make some changes. Every emergency manager in the country should have access to this information. Secondly, hazard mitigation. It is one of the, I'm going to say, the best programs that FEMA has to offer. We're building safe rooms. We're doing everything with that. We're doing drainage. One thing that I've faced a problem with for the last 12 years is trying to build a warehouse for our commodities to help our citizens. It was in there, and then in 2009, it was taken out where we cannot build, do any new construction with hazard mitigation funding unless it's a safe room. So I ask you to please look into that and see if we can change policy to where that can be offered again. Also, we would like the ability to use hazard mitigation funding for commodities. Let us buy our meals ready to eat, water, cots, blankets, hygiene kits. That saves you from having to haul them all over the country to get them to us weeks later. So help us help ourselves. And I would like to point out right now, in 1 year's time, Livingston Parish is the only parish that had a federal declaration 3 times. All 3 disasters were the only one. So you understand, while we need to do some reform with FEMA, it's going to help everyone. At one time, the federal coordinating officer, once he was appointed, could make decisions in the field. He could use some common sense approach, change some policy, move forward with things. In the last 10 years, that has not happened. Everything must come from the federal coordinating officer all the way back to Washington, D.C., be delayed for weeks and weeks or months, and then we still can't move forward with anything. So we could have made a lot of decisions in Baton Rouge at the Joint Field Office had the federal coordinating officer been allowed those opportunities. The MHU program, as you stated, is definitely flawed, and I'm going to leave it at that. There are other opportunities. There's other ways to do better with this. It's simply issue the state or issue the jurisdiction that's affected and declared a block grant. Let them handle the housing. I mean, it's got to get much easier. As you stated, we can buy mobile homes local if we need to. There's all kinds of opportunities if you provide it to the locals and let us do it ourselves. First responder agencies throughout the country suffer from the fact that if a responding agency comes in to assist, and understand Livingston Parish, Ascension, EBR, it was a war zone, just like it was during Katrina. We had first responders from across the country and the northern part of the state come in to help. We can't seem to get a project worksheet worked out to where we won't have to cover 100% of it. It's just, and there's nothing prohibiting that, but we just need to look into this. Lastly, I would just like to say that I've met resistance on public assistance on our roads, and Mr. Cummings brought up how the roads were inundated with the homes earlier. 99% of our roads was underwater for 7 to 10 days. However, when we talk to FEMA about it, they say we have nothing that we can help you on unless we can see the damage. I provided you with some backup documentation that proves otherwise. I'm asking you to please help us get FEMA to respond to that. And it's not a Livingston Parish issue. This is across the country. Everyone faces it. And then I'd like you to look at something that happened after Katrina that helped the school systems and on the NFIP, and it's in my packet. Thank you for your time. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Heiss, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor, how much did the shelter at home program cost?
Sorry about that. Congressman, we have not closed out the program yet.
How much has it cost so far?
I think about $157 million. I think we're expecting $164, $165 million by the time it closes out.
All right. How much did you receive in federal funds?
For the shelter at home?
Well, for the disaster as a whole.
Well, it's hard to answer. The shelter at home funding is coming from FEMA with a cost share from the state.
I think you mentioned it a while ago. $1.6 billion was approved.
Yeah, the chairman mentioned that. That's for the CDBG piece. It's been approved. We have not received the funding yet.
How much money has been distributed to those affected by the flood?
Out of the CDBG, none.
Okay. You did not call for an evacuation, is that correct? When the report was coming, the flood was on the way, what did you call statewide an evacuation?
I don't know that we called for a statewide evacuation other than in those low-lying areas where we asked people to move before the roads became impassable.
As I understand, the National Weather Service was predicting this was going to be a storm, the damage of which floods would go beyond that of 1983. Why would you not call an evacuation?
Yeah, I'm not sure the National Weather Service said that in advance of the rain falling. And in fact, this was not a storm that we would typically have in Louisiana where you have a tropical storm or hurricane.
From what I understand, National Weather Service made that prediction. Well, let me put it this way. Did the state do everything that you could to prepare for the flood?
I am convinced that we did a very good job, in fact, working with FEMA, as I said earlier, before and during and in the immediate aftermath of the storm in terms of the response. Yes, sir.
So you would give yourself what kind of grade?
Well, a high grade. I don't think anything's ever perfect, and certainly we learned lessons. But I would give ourselves a B plus, something on that.
A B plus with this
Sure.
kind of horrible outcome. That sounds like a very generous grade when there's so much destruction. How many people are still have permanently still been displaced from their homes?
Well, I don't have the number for how many are permanently displaced from their homes in terms of not back in today, because there are multiple programs that provide relief for homeowners, including the National Flood Insurance Program, and I'm not sure where they are in terms of getting claims paid and homes repaired. We do know that there were 112,000 homes with FEMA verified loss. And that's a very significant.
But you don't know how many of those homes have been repaired or how many are back in their homes?
I do not know across the board. I know that there are far too many homes that are not repaired, and we have too many people who are not living in their homes, which is one of the reasons that I'm here today and continue to come back asking for additional assistance.
Is it true that you were at a fundraiser in Colorado when the National Weather Service was calling for a flood in your home state?
No, sir.
It's not true?
No, sir.
Where were you?
I was in Colorado at a Democratic Governors Association conference.
Okay. When did you return?
That afternoon, the Friday afternoon, the same day the rain started.
All right. Is it true that days following the flood, you told a media reporter that the state was not in need of federal flood resources?
I don't believe I would have said that. I would have said that there wasn't anything that the local governments were asking for that we were unable to provide.
From what I understand, the comment was made that you did not need any federal resources. I was wondering why you would make such a claim with such a devastating flood.
Well, I think if I recall correctly, the conversation was around requesting the federal disaster declaration. We were working with the regional coordinating officer from FEMA to determine the most appropriate time to request that declaration. And one of the things you have to certify with my signature is that the local governments are asking for assistance we are unable to provide. It wasn't until that was the case and I was able to make that certification that we requested the declaration, which we received very, very promptly.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate it. But Governor, all due respect, it looks to me like one disaster led to another disaster from decisions coming from the state. I cannot imagine how you would give yourself a B plus in this. But with that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We'll now recognize Ms. Demings, Florida, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and also thank you to our ranking member. Mr. Boone, I want to ask you about or share with you an example of your company's unacceptable performance from January. As I describe this almost unbelievable series of maintenance failures, I would like to remind everyone that this happened to a real person. This happened to an elderly woman who had already been dispatched from her home by a flood before she ended up living in this manufactured housing unit. First, the sprinkler covers in the unit fell off the ceiling and hit the woman, cutting her face. She was lying in bed. CB&I dispatched a technician, but that person was not able to fix the problem. there was zero follow-up. And then, a couple of weeks later, the CBI inspector told the resident that she should no longer cook in the unit. He said the heat from the cooking range might cause the still broken sprinkler system to flood the trailer. Unfortunately, it got worse. At 9:30 on January 18th, nearly a month after the sprinkler fell from the ceiling, the resident's unit began to flood with water from the toilet and the sewer. She called the CBI maintenance line again to report this active flooding, and she was told that someone would call her back shortly. The flooding started about 9:30 a.m. By 6:30 p.m., CB&I still had not sent any help. Mr. Boone, what is your response to this?
My response is that's unacceptable performance. I wasn't aware of those set of circumstances, and we should address them.
You testified that you subcontract out the maintenance of these units. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you fired any of your subcontractors for their poor performance?
We have.
Mr. Boone, how do you conduct oversight of your subcontractors to ensure that they are performing their very important duties in an acceptable manner?
We have a quality management program not only for our subs, but for our own CB&I work that manages the quality of performance that we're providing.
So if that be the case, Mr. Boone, how could this unfortunate incident even be possible, since you're saying you provide oversight?
I don't have an answer to that question. I'd have to dig into the specifics.
Mr. Fenton, how can FEMA exercise oversight of subcontractors in a more effective way?
We do that through a number of ways. We have a contractor's officer's technical representative that oversees the prime, and then have project officers that oversee the whole operation the contractors are doing. And as we're aware of issues, we work through the prime to make changes based on what those issues are. And there's a set of escalation activities that would happen over the course of the contract, and we would go through those according to the regulations.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I will.
I want to go back to Mr. Fenton. I want you to address some of the concerns of Mr. Harrell. When he was talking about, well, the chairman put up a chart with all those the differences in the prices where you could get things from Amazon. Can you talk about that a little bit? He said there were several times when situations where it would have been better if the locals, am I right, Mr. Herbert, were allowed to do certain things. Is it that you're handicapped by regulations, Mr. Fenton? You remember the discussion, right?
Yeah, so I think specifically, you had a number of issues that went across a bunch of different programs that we have, but specifically with regard to our individual assistance program, it's direct assistance from FEMA underneath Section 408 that we provide. Following DMA 2K, we lost the authority to go ahead and do direct grants to states and local governments. So the assistance flows from us to the individual, which is, I believe, the issue that the gentleman is bringing up with regard to the ability to share information. When we have personal information of survivors, we're limited to what we could share as far as their personal information.
I'll get to you that one, but what about the pricing? Talk about the pricing and what the chairman talked about a little earlier.
So
the Amazon comparison.
Sure. I don't know the specifics, whether we're comparing apples for apples or apples for oranges, whether the model numbers are correct. We'd have to look into that and do that. We purchase based on what is to ensure habitability, to ensure safety, of the items we're purchasing. Usually we purchase to a higher level because of the ability to truck items over distance.
Well, my time has expired, but I'm just, those comparisons that he made or contrasts are glaring, and I don't think that your response just now meets the level of adequate response, but I'm sure we'll get to that later. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We'll now go to Mr. Mitchell of Michigan. You're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Edwards, the shelter-at-home program was put in place to allow for an alternative for residents to get temporary repairs to remain in their home versus the cost of manufactured housing units and all the other things. One of the concerns, though, is when the survey was done this past December, over 2,000 people, 1/5 of the homeowners that used the shelter-at-home program, 46% of them said that they would not return home, that in fact they were concerned about the shoddy repairs and questionable living conditions. How are you resolving that, given that you've given yourself a B+ grade?
In terms of the number of folks who have not returned to the home after shelter at home was completed, I would tell you that the 80%, assuming that's representative of the entire 11,000, represents a tremendous cost savings and largely acknowledges that the program was successful in keeping people in their communities. Further, for some of the folks who didn't move back into their homes proper, because the shelter at home actually restored a functioning restroom and electrical service, they were able to move travel trailers and other trailers onto the property, even though they weren't provided by FEMA, they weren't MHUs, and they were able to live on the properties but not in the house while they were able to do the permanent repairs.
Let's talk about cost.
We also made sure that the houses did not suffer mold or animal infestations, which would render them even a bigger problem for the homeowner going forward.
Governor, 46% of the people chose not to move back in. But let's talk about cost effectiveness. The shelter-at-home price for example, electrical system inspection repair, an invoice that was done that, in fact, the work was not done, the family did themselves. I should say electrical system inspect and test, not repair, was over $500. Now, I just completed a 3-hour home inspection. 3 hours, inspector stayed and tested all the receptacles, opened up the panel, tested 2 units, heating and cooling, went up on the roof. I can give you a list. He spent 3 hours. Do you want to guess what that cost me?
No, sir.
$625. $625. Just to test the electrical system cost this federal government, 10% paid by the state, but the majority by us, the federal government, $527. How do you justify some of the prices? I mean, pest control. They put in a $10 container of bug spray from Home Depot when the charge was $425. Heck of a contract.
Yeah, and Congressman, the only thing that I can tell you is that we quickly stood up a program modeled after the New York STEP program and made sure that we brought in enough contractors where they would competitively bid, drive the cost down. We then used Xactimate in order to individually price the 62 repair items and drove the price down further.
By bringing these contractors, how did it drive down the price when, in fact, I made a phone call through a realtor. They referred me to a gentleman, and it was $625. I didn't have to bring in a whole lot of contractors to get competition. I mean, how is it that we got, how did that work?
Well, I mean, I think the nature of the program was a little different when we were looking at that time, as many as 20,000 homes. We ended up doing a little less than 11,000.
But we paid in this instance just to inspect and test an electrical system over $500. Yeah. I mean, I understand the scale's different, but the reality
But Congressman, my point was we had multiple contractors who were bidding costs. We then analyzed those costs. We drove them down even further using Xactimate to make sure that we did reduce the overall cost of the program. And would we have liked to reduce it further? Yes, we would have. But at the end of the day, the cost of the shelter-at-home program was much less than the cost of putting them in hotels or motels. Well, certainly, mobile manufactured housing units, which really weren't available.
Before I retired, I was a state and federal contractor at points in time, and those are quite nice contracts in terms of the markup that the chairman noted some of the materials. 525 hours of testing an electrical system. And frankly, if 46% of the customers that I worked with failed to succeed, they'd have terminated my contract. How many contracts did you terminate out of the home program?
I don't know how many we terminated in terms of the construction contractors. I do know that we moved some work around and took some work from some who were being slow and gave it to other contractors. But I will tell you, with respect to the chairman's pricing, you should note that the prices he mentioned did not include the cost of labor or the installation materials on those things.
But it did include Amazon Prime, Amazon dropping them off at their doorstep, sir. My time's expired, but one comment for you. With all due respect, sir, I suggest you reconsider the grade of B+, because in my review of this, the sheltered home program reflects a lot of failures, and I wouldn't grade it a B+. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. We'll now recognize Ms. Plaskett from the Virgin Islands for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, for holding this hearing. FEMA, of course, we understand is very important, and the work that their contractors do for communities who are in these flood areas and who are have natural disasters are paramount. So I am here not just for speaking on behalf of those communities, such as my colleagues, Congressman Richmond and Congressman Graves, but my own community in the Virgin Islands, as well as Florida and the Southeast. Admiral Boone, I want to ask you about a statement that you made this morning. It's in your oral statement as well as your written statement. I'm going to quote you as having said, "We have received only positive comments and glowing accolades from FEMA at all levels about our performance under this task." Admiral Boone, would you stand by that statement?
Absolutely. So during the events, we obviously were ramping up to address the tasking we were getting from FEMA. So on a continuous basis, I asked my Vice President of Operations and the project manager.
And who would those individuals be?
Larry Hauser and Kevin Neal.
Okay.
Who had a reoccurring and regular relationship with FEMA officials for feedback on what their perception of our performance was. And so we as late as a week and a half ago, continue to receive very positive comments.
Well, that's a problem to me on a couple of levels. One, that you would state that continuation of positive comments and glowing accolades, and particularly as you mentioned Kevin Neal as being someone, I believe we have him listed as your senior project manager, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because the committee received documents from you, and we have an email of dated September 27th of 2016, and that's from FEMA's Regional 6 Branch Director Robert Jones, addressed to Mr. Neal. And in that email, the female branch director wrote, and I quote, "Please get your crews in line so that we are able to move forward with these issues with minimal issues. Today I am scrubbing my emails and I have seen at least 20 problems with your subs. Please drop the hammer on these guys because their performance does not look good on you and your reputation that you and your team have established." Have you seen that email? It's up there for you?
No, ma'am.
Because that's an email that your company submitted to us from FEMA to Mr. Neal, who is telling you that he's getting glowing comments from FEMA. Do you view this email as positive comment or an accolade?
No, ma'am.
I didn't either. So, and why was it necessary for FEMA to send this email to your company and tell you to drop the hammer on your subcontractors?
I don't know. I haven't seen the email and the total context of the issues, so that's something to be looked at.
Well, we know from our investigation that we've had several issues. We heard from Congresswoman Demings about the woman that was an unfortunate victim. We also have information about another person who had Mr. Everett Wilson, an 84-year-old blind Air Force veteran who was found dead in a housing unit because of a malfunctioning thermostat that CB&I was supposed to have replaced back in August and October 15th. So you know about those issues.
So the thermostat was not to be replaced prior to his passing. That came out afterwards, just to be clear on that issue.
But we know that thermostats needed to be replaced, correct?
We didn't receive that direction from FEMA until into October.
Well, in a meeting after Mr. Wilson's death, CBI told FEMA that you had replaced at least 40 thermostats in the week immediately preceding Mr. Everett's death. Did you not?
I don't know that fact.
So if you knew that thermostats needed to be replaced, maybe his was scheduled to be replaced after his death, but you had been replacing other thermostats before his death.
We didn't know about the thermostats until after his passing.
You didn't know about what about the thermostats?
The replacement, we didn't receive direction from FEMA until after his passing.
But why then would you have replaced 40 of them before his passing?
Perhaps those thermostats were discovered defective on an inspection. I don't know about the
40?
specifics. I don't know.
Not 1, 40. So obviously you had some schedule of replacing them before his death.
There were 3,000, well, at that point I don't know how many trailers, but I don't know the specifics of that, so I can't answer that question.
Okay, I'm sorry. I've exhausted my time.
Will the gentlewoman yield?
Yes, sir.
Following up, both CB&I and FEMA, we have asked you for the emails relating to this issue. You have not provided those in their totality to this committee. I need you to both tell me when we're going to get those emails. Mr. Fenton?
I was told that any email that with regard to this incident was provided to you. If that's not the case, I'll go back.
We don't believe it is. We believe that production is incomplete. We need you to come back to us and tell us when we have 100% of the documents that we requested.
I'll personally go back today and make sure you receive everything. There's nothing that we're going to hold. We'll give you everything that we have.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Boone?
Chairman, we received notification only last week to provide.
No, our letters went out on March 21st,
right,
which is not just last week, but keep going.
We have provided over 1 million pages in documents in various forms and formats. So we will continue to work as diligently as possible. I've devoted resources and focus to this, so we're continuing to work this.
So the question is, when are we going to get 100%?
I'll have to go back to staff and see what, but we're working this as diligently as possible.
You did give us a fairly sizable document dump of invoices of individual things, but this is something we specifically has asked for, and I just want to make sure Ms. Plaskett and the whole committee gets these as well.
Yes, sir.
You'll get us an estimate on the date on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I would just want to know if Mr. Boone, Admiral Boone at this time, would like to retract that statement that he had made previously, which is on the record under oath. I don't want him to get himself in trouble at this point about having had only accolades and good words from FEMA.
I can only attest to the feedback that I have received. Obviously, you've presented some information I haven't seen before, so I'd like the opportunity to review that before I make any changes to my statement.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Boone, your company has a problem. If I were running your company and I had these kind of problems and something did not flow up to me, the very things that could destroy my business, there's something wrong with the company. There's something wrong with the management. And it might be you, but there's something wrong. Anyway, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. I will now recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. DeSantis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fenton, I just want to ask while I have you here, we obviously suffered damage on the east coast of the United States. I represent Florida. The Stafford Act has the public assistance program that can fund replacement of sand on damaged public beaches under certain conditions. And we currently in Florida have the state and then localities working to secure funding to restore some of the dune structure prior to the next hurricane season. It's a tough process. We have partners who are kind of ready to go. Can you commit to really working to streamline this so that whatever we can get lined up, we can get lined up before the next hurricane season when there is some significant safety concerns?
I'm not aware of the specific situation. I am aware of policies to replace sand on beaches, that they have to be engineered. Typically, my experience is what holds it up is environmental and other requirements in order to go ahead and move forward on that. But I'll look into your specific issue, sir, and make sure that we're moving as quick as we can with the authorities to go ahead and repair that.
Yeah, I appreciate it, because there's been significant damage to some of the dune structures such that if we do have another major storm surge, I mean, there's much less protection, and I think it could be corrected, but obviously we need to get the ducks in a row. The other issue I think people have run into is the debris removal and getting the reimbursements. The guidelines that FEMA has are very confusing to a lot of our local folks, and we work with them as best we can, but it's a cumbersome process. And I was wondering, do you think there are ways that either Congress could revise the Stafford Act, or can FEMA revise its guidelines for debris removal so that we can avoid some of the delays in reimbursements? Because some of the local governments, it'll take years for them to get reimbursed, and it's tough for them because they don't have a credit card like the federal government does.
So debris in public areas, public rights-of-way is eligible, and basically what we require is monitoring so that we ensure that what we're providing is what was removed, reduced, or eventually put into landfills or other means. I think where it becomes difficult is when we start talking about debris removal on private property, and that becomes the issue. And typically, it's we base our rules on what the local ordinances are, and declaring that it's a public health threat in order to move it off there. So our authority applies to public rights-of-way, public areas. It has to be an imminent threat to public health and safety to remove that. I think it's pretty easy when you're in that area. When you get into private property, it's more difficult. And we've done a number of things to provide guidance, training, to make sure that we've made our rules more simple for private property debris removal, which is usually the more difficult.
Well, if you guys can work to proactively relay that and try to alleviate some of the confusion, I think that would be helpful, because I think that there are these issues where they're just trying to figure out what they got to do. They want to get rid of it. They're going to front money, but they want to at least know whether it's going to be eligible for reimbursement. So I appreciate that, and if you can follow up with me about the dunes, we'd appreciate that very much. I'll yield back the balance of my time to Mr. Chaffetz.
Governor, how many people are still displaced?
I've got to remember to hit that talk button. Sorry about that. Chairman, I am not certain, as I sit here today, how many of our homeowners are not at home. We know that there are I think, 250 families still in hotels and motels. We know that there are a number of individuals who, for example, under the National Flood Insurance Program, either are starting work or haven't had their claims paid yet, and they are trying to get back in as well.
But do you have a guess as to how many people are displaced?
I don't have a guess. I would be able to perhaps
Governor,
get you some information. We have a number of individuals, for example, who are living with family members, and so it's to get you the number is very difficult. We know that there are thousands of families not yet living in their homes. I can give you a more precise answer after we do some analysis and we look at across the various programs.
Governor, you know how bad that looks, right? I mean, you're coming here for a hearing about this. Mm-hmm. You don't even have a guess as to how many people are displaced?
I do not.
You're that clueless?
I'm not that clueless. We have a lot of people in homes that are not yet fully repaired. A lot of people are not in homes.
A lot?
Yes.
A lot. What does that mean?
Well, you know, it means a great number. It means too many.
Come on, Governor, seriously. Mr. Fenton, what's your estimate?
You have, I believe, 4,500 people staying right now in mobile homes. You have less than 2,000 that we're providing rental assistance to right now. You have the 250 the governor talked about that are still in our hotel program. And then I believe there is some population that's still with friends and families, and that's the population that we will get a better handle on as we start doing case management with individuals that still have housing issues, that we're going to work with them to figure out what assistance they need to ultimately move back to their homes.
Mr. Harrell, tell me what it's like right now.
Well, let's talk about the number of folks that are still not in their home. Let's go back to number one on my testimony, information sharing. I don't have a clue. I want to know how many. I want to know where they stand. FEMA is out doing the assessments with all their teams. They're telling me they're doing great things. I know nothing about it because they will not share with me. It is our citizens. It's my responsibility to make sure they're taken care of, but we're out of the loop. I can't tell you how many. I wish I could.
Okay, Mr. Fenton, why not you tell them?
Well, we can't share specific information on individuals due to freedom of information.
What do you mean freedom?
I mean, not freedom, with regard to their personal information, and we can't share their personal information and their specific status. However, through the case management...
Why not? Why not?
Because it's personal information, and we can't go ahead and give that...
Well, I'm not suggesting you print it in the paper. Mr. Harrell?
If we can't do it on individual assistance, is what he's saying. However, when we do the hazard mitigation grant program and do elevations and acquisitions, they send a list with the allocation and say, this is the folks that qualify for the program, their name, their address, their phone number. We have to process every bit of their private information. So what is the difference in the hazard mitigation grant program after the storm and not let me have it during the disaster, where we can maybe get it to private nonprofit groups that can help these citizens a little bit more?
All right, I've gone well past my time. We got to continue to explore that. Mr. Fenton, go ahead.
I meant to say Privacy Act. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
So
that's fine. I understand.
That's what I meant. Yeah.
All right. Let's now recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Cartwright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Edwards, we're here talking about the historic flooding that hit Louisiana and the Baton Rouge community in August 2016. Congress appropriated about $437 million on September 29, 2016 for the victims of the flooding in Louisiana. This committee, the Oversight and Government Reform Committee, has received a letter from the Trump administration dated February 14, 2017, from the General Deputy Assistant Secretary of HUD commending you and the state of Louisiana on your quick work in developing an action plan on how to use those funds. The letter states, and I'm going to quote, "The Department would like to commend the state for its commitment to increasing the speed of recovery. This is evidenced by the historically fast action plan submission," unquote. Now, Governor Edwards, I want to ask you, how long did it take you to submit that action plan that you were commended for?
Well, it took us 17 days after the Federal Register notice went out to submit that action plan. And this ties back in with some of the information and questions we got earlier today. There have been two appropriations that total $1.6 billion. Both action plans were submitted. The first one 45 days ahead of the deadline, the second one 8 weeks ahead of the deadline. And the money actually became obligated yesterday when HUD signed and completed the execution of the grant agreement. The money is not yet available because the line of credit has not yet been established. That typically happens several days, maybe a week or two after the grant agreement, which answers the question of the chairman and others as to why none of the $1.6 billion has yet reached homeowners. It has not been available. But if you look, it is historically fast. In fact, the timeline associated with this said the $438 million would typically be available in May. It should be available much sooner than that. And in terms of the second appropriation, it would be July. But it was folded into the grant agreement with the first appropriation and should be available much, much sooner than that. And I'd also point out that the other grantee states in the September appropriation have yet to submit their first action plan.
Well, all right. So not to put too fine a point on it, while your actions have been very quick, it's obvious that you've been frustrated by the state's inability to distribute those funds. And again, would you explain for us what obstacles your state has faced in distributing this money to the victims of the flooding?
Well, and in that way, I share those frustrations with you and the chairman and others, and nobody's more frustrated than the homeowners in Louisiana. But to say that the state was delaying or dilatory in the way that we approached this would not be true, as evidenced by the letter we got from HUD, for example, that called our work historically fast. But there is a huge bureaucracy that still has to be negotiated. There are lots of hurdles that you have to overcome and obstacles you have to go through in order to access the funding. But we are in a position now with the money finally obligated yesterday. On Monday of next week, we're actually going to stand up the program in terms of a call center and a survey that will go out to the affected homeowners and should be able to proceed without delay going forward. And that is the good news. We still have about $1 billion of unmet need on the housing piece alone, which we're hoping some or all of that will be appropriated in the next continuing resolution.
Governor, did the state of Louisiana have the resources to front this money and then seek reimbursement from the federal government later?
No, I wish we had. My predecessor left me with a $2 billion state general fund deficit for the current fiscal year, and the budget is more than tight. We certainly did not.
Well, Governor Everett, I commend you and the state of Louisiana for taking charge of the lengthy process of seeking disaster aid for the Baton Rouge community. Your administration acted swiftly and decisively. We in Congress really ought to take a page out of your book and focus on making processes faster here in Washington as well. Thank you very much. Now yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. We'll now recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Meadows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor, I'm confused. You are there pointing the finger at someone else, and you can't answer the very basic question of how many people are not back in their homes, and you're somehow pointing towards a previous administration on your inability to answer even the very basics of questions, Governor? How is that?
I think the comment I made about the previous administration had to do with...
Well, let me ask about this administration. Why did you cancel a $250 million flood recovery contract just a few days ago?
We didn't issue the contract.
Why did you cancel it?
We didn't cancel the contract. We didn't issue
Well, according to my documents, that you canceled that on March the 16th, 2017, and you basically, because Mr. Bankston had an opinion that it needed to be canceled.
Well, there was no contract issued. We pulled back the RFP. We reissued, we started the process.
Why did you get rid of that particular vendor? Because what I understand is that they had submitted a proposal, it was going forward, and one person, Larry Bankston, somehow said that there was a problem there, Governor.
Well, I think that's inaccurate. The licensing contractor board voted to adopt that opinion as its own. At that point in time, the first two finishers
Does Mr. Bankston's son work for a competing contractor in that?
You know, I've heard that. I'm not certain.
So how can you be so certain about some aspects of this, Governor, and yet seem to have no recollection on the facts and the questions that we have to ask here this morning?
Well, first of all, I think I have pretty good handle on the facts.
So how many people are displaced?
Well, I've answered that particular question as best
No,
I can.
well, you haven't answered it. You've said you don't know.
As best I can this morning, I've answered it for you,
So
Congressman.
were you surprised that you were going to be testifying here this morning?
No, sir.
Then why would you not have the... I mean, we're talking about real people's lives here, Governor. And if you have a compassionate bone in your body, wouldn't you think that you would know the number of people that have been affected by this?
I know the number of people who've been affected, Congressman.
Still.
The question is how many people are out of their homes today. And we don't have any information where we can roll that up and know how many people, we know how many are obviously in manufactured housing units. We know the 250 who are in.
So do you believe that you are without blame of any of the responsibility of getting people in proper housing in the appropriate manner, that you're completely blameless in all this, Governor?
I would never say that I'm completely blameless. And in fact, I said we learned lessons. We could do things better, and hopefully there won't
But
be
you
next
were
time.
sitting there comparing your norms to historical norms.
Well, I was quoting a letter
And
that came from
sometimes when you
HUD.
compare to historically bad things, that doesn't mean we're making much progress.
Congressman, I was quoting a letter that came from HUD that said we were historically fast in the state action plan submission and approval. That's a fact.
All right, well, we want more information on exactly why this RFP was rescinded, and if there was a conflict of interest, because some of our information would indicate that there might have been. And I'm not asking you, I'm asking you to get back to this committee to help illuminate that particular idea, because if there's a conflict of interest because of bidding improprieties, that's a major concern to this Oversight Committee. Wouldn't you agree it should be?
Well, it should be if that happened. The RFP was pulled
So you're saying
back.
it didn't happen?
I said if that happened. I didn't say whether it did one way or the other.
All right, but you'll find out and get back to this committee?
Sure, we will
Okay,
find out.
thank you. Let me go on a little bit further because I'm out of time. Mr. Fenton, let me tell you, I have a good relationship with FEMA. We've had major storms in North Carolina. I love my FEMA people. But let me tell you, something I saw today just stinks to the core. We've got emails that would suggest that the number one priority that FEMA had was a political motivation prior to an election. It says, and I quote, "We have no way to predict what news this will do to our operation, and congressional offices will use prior to an election." Wouldn't you think the major component for FEMA would be to get people in housing and make sure that that housing is safe and it has nothing to do with political consequences?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, let me go even further, because that was troubling enough, but this is extremely troubling, a FEMA document where it talks about the number one priority for FEMA was negative publicity. Should that be the number one priority?
No, sir.
All right, so let me show you what the lowest priority was. And this is from your document. And this is very, very troubling, because the lowest priority, Tier 3 is what you have, which it says lowest priority, and it has to do with mobile home units issues. It says status. We have an applicant calling stating that they have a 2-year-old special needs child who is desperate need for surgery but can't get surgery until they have a stable living situation instead of their 30-foot camper. The child is very sick and they have nowhere to go at this point, and they need an MHU is needed as soon as possible, and you had it as a low priority Tier 3? What in the world could have put this as a low priority?
Sir, my priority are survivors, and I don't know where that document came from, but I'm going to find out after this, and I'll make sure that we change whoever wrote its priorities.
I would suggest that we quit looking at the political motivations and start taking care of people, and I'll yield back.
I concur.
Thank the gentleman. We'll now recognize the ranking member, Mr. Cummings.
Mr. Fenton, my experiences with FEMA have been very good, as the gentleman from North Carolina, and I assume that that is not your position, that low priority situation there, because all of my dealings, I've found them to be very responsive.
No, sir.
Hello?
No, sir. My priority is survivors. My priority is not that document. I don't know where that document came from, but I will resolve it when I get the document. I get back to my office.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
On October 25th, 2016, Everett Wilson was found dead in his housing unit because it turned into an oven due to a broken thermostat that blew heat nonstop. He was 84 years old, blind, and served our country in the Air Force. a veteran. What we don't know is why Mr. Wilson's broken thermostat was never fixed. As part of our investigation, our staff spoke several times with Mr. Wilson's caretaker. She told us that in the weeks leading up to Mr. Wilson's death, she repeatedly called for maintenance help. In response, she says a maintenance person was dispatched to Mr. Wilson's unit, but he said he was not qualified to fix HVAC systems and that no one else ever came. Mr. Boone, according to your written testimony, and I quote, says FEMA contracted with CB&I Federal Services to transport, install, and maintain mobile housing units for approved disaster victims, end of quote. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wilson's unit was one of those units that you were contracted to transport, install, and maintain. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Your attorney sent a letter to the committee on March 29, 2017, and it stated, and I quote, the maintenance call logs included with this production reflect the fact that there was not a single call made to a call center regarding the trailer on Lot 5, nor were there any calls associated with the name of the applicant. Are you telling us today, under oath, that your company never received a single call from Mr. Wilson's unit, the veteran that I just talked about, the one who died because he was roasted to death, I guess? Or do you believe it is possible that your company did receive a call that may not have been properly logged? Because it sounds like you're not getting all the calls, as I stated a little earlier. Go ahead, I'm listening.
What you said is correct. We never received a call on either his unit, Lot 15, or anything referencing Mr. Wilson's name.
Okay. Our staff reviewed the maintenance call logs, and they include numerous errors in the weeks before Mr. Wilson's death, including incomplete names, phone numbers, and addresses. In the weeks right before Mr. Everett's death, our staff found at least 25 work orders for heating and air conditioning issues. They sound a lot like what we heard from Mr. Wilson's caretaker. They described defective HVAC systems and systems continuously blowing hot air. Two of these work orders say that the technicians dispatched to the sites were unable to perform the repairs and had to call for other technicians to perform them. That sounds almost exactly like what we heard from Mr. Wilson's caretaker. Now, Mr. Boone, were you aware before October 26 that there were issues with thermostats in some of these mobile units?
I was not aware of the numbers. It's not uncommon to have system breakdowns, and so we do the maintenance and repair as required.
And you're based down there in Louisiana? Are you based there?
I am based in Alexandria, Virginia.
Okay, and so, but this is a big contract for you. You made a big deal of how you knew a lot of the people, and
we have offices down there, yes, sir.
So do you feel that your company has any responsibility here?
Directly related to Mr. Wilson's death, no, sir. Obviously, some information has been presented here that we need to look into.
So you don't think there's anything you could have done better? Your company could have done better?
We did what was required by the contract. We're interested in working with FEMA to see if there's any patterns that could be improved.
So you said you did what was required by the contract, and an 84-year-old man is dead, and your company was responsible for making sure his unit was operational, and you don't even know that you're getting, need access to?
Well, Can you yield for a
Yes,
second?
of course.
I want to follow up on what Mr. Cummings, before we get to the document production, I want to follow up on this first. 10%. You think call yourselves highly successful. Governor gives himself a B+, and maybe the reason you're not responding to all the maintenance calls is because you put the wrong maintenance number on the trailers, correct? Correct?
I'm not aware of.
You're not aware of that either?
No.
You provided the documents to us. We actually read them. Maybe you should read your documents. You all together decided to combine one telephone number. Hey, let's make this easier. Sounds good. Guess what? The sticker you put on the trailers, wrong telephone number. No wonder you're not getting any calls. You put the wrong telephone number there. And then the people who still figured it out, CB&I only responds to 10% of them.
What I was referring to as far as not knowing the 10% is a specific letter you're looking at. When we wrote to CB&I, we wrote in our letter that a concern with 33% of the calls have no response information. So that's what I am aware of the letter that we generate over there. But I don't have specific knowledge of the email that you're talking about.
Let me, the chairman and I have done a number of things on a bipartisan basis, a lot. And one of the things that we spend a lot of time is on the Secret Service. And both of us agreed that we wanted excellence. We wanted high standards. We wanted the elite of the elite. We wanted people to be treated. We wanted Secret Service agents to treat their jobs as if they were the most valuable jobs in the world, and every single thing that they do is so very, very important. And I just think, and I say that to say this, that sometimes I think we, in our country, in certain areas, are moving towards a culture of mediocrity. But that mediocrity can cause people to die and to suffer. And I got to tell you, information is very important. I don't even know how you operate without information, and adequate information, Mr. Boone. And so I'm just, some kind of way, you got to get a handle on this, or I don't see how a company can continue to function and really make money and stay in business unless you have information, and then unless you're operating to a very high standard. With that, I'll yield back.
Thank the gentleman. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fenton, what does FEMA do with their excess mobile home units?
Some of them, depending on the conditions, some are retrofitted and brought back to the yard for future deployments. Sometimes we go through the GSA excess schedule, and GSA accesses them for us through their schedule.
What does that mean? What is through the GSA schedule? What does that mean?
It means that we sell them at the location that we're there, that they're at, that it's
What's the average cost of one of these mobile home units?
I'm sorry, again?
What's the average cost of one of these mobile home units?
I believe the average cost is somewhere around $60,000.
And what is GSA selling them for?
Don't know. It ranges.
I'll tell you what they're selling them for. They're under $11,000.
Yes, sir.
Sounds like a pretty bad deal to me. Let me ask you this. Are any of the used units offered to state and local governments?
Yes, sir.
And how do you do that?
Going through the GSA excess schedule, it goes through a number of steps where we look at purchasing, the potential for to go to states, local governments, nonprofits eventually. So you go down that. It's in the GSA regulations of how to access accountable property.
How does GSA contact a state emergency management agency? Could you, I mean...
They put it out. There's a website.
It on a website?
They post it. And typically, my experience, having done this before, back in Region 9, where I'm from, is typically, anytime we're doing that, I make the state emergency management notify them where we're headed with that.
So when you have excess mobile home units, you contact GSA first?
Yes, we contact GSA because that's the the entity within the government that then has the authority to access property either through sales or through eventually providing it to states or local governments. Yes, sir.
So you don't contact the states to let them know?
Personally, there's communication that we make them aware of it, but officially GSA is the one that puts out the information.
Well, the committee heard from several states this morning that they've been looking for mobile home units for donation and have been told that you're unable to find any. And just 2 weeks ago, GSA was selling 20 units at auction. I've been sitting here listening to the questions and your responses, and one word keeps popping up: incompetent. It's unbelievable. I mean, you got states looking for these units. You got local governments looking for them. They can't get any from FEMA. They're not getting it from GSA. But you're selling units that average $60,000 or $70,000, and some of them are a whole lot more than that, for $11,000 at a terrific loss to the taxpayers. And I mean, you guys look like the gang that can't shoot straight.
If I could answer, sir.
You may if you can.
Yeah. So we purchase them for $60,000. When they get used, they're depreciated based on the amount of money it takes.
You're selling some new units.
I'm not aware of new units that were selling.
I looked it up while I was sitting here listening to you. There's some listings for new units.
Okay. Well, what we do is we look at the value that they're at, the cost to retrofit them, the cost to bring them back to the yard that we would be at, and then figure out the cost to sell.
Well, how do you respond to the fact that states this morning, including the state of Alabama, contacted the committee and said, we've not been able to get units?
We have to go through the process with GSA to see if we could sell them first. If no one wants them on that market.
You have to see if you can sell them first before you would donate them to a state?
Correct. Yep.
You can't you can't give the state the option to buy a unit?
Yeah, the state can buy the unit, but it would be through that same process. Just recently, I did a mobile home program in California where we ended up giving 70 mobile homes to the state of California.
You didn't say that again?
I said back in my Region 9, before being acting administrator for the last couple of months, I had a mobile home program in California from the fires, and we ended up providing 70 mobile homes to California in that event. So in that event, after we went through the mobile home program and we had mobile homes returned and we had excess that we ordered, we went ahead and rather than ship them back to Selma, we went ahead and provided them to the state of California, which were used on another fire through the state.
Well, again, listening to the testimony this morning, it's disturbing to me, Mr. Chairman, that a federal agency has failed in so many respects. And I think maybe we need to look at this process. We need to make some corrections and see if we can't be a little bit more responsive, or actually a lot more responsive to the state and local governments when they have needs like this. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank you and Ranking Member Cummings for your time and effort here on this flood. This is not something that is just relegated to Louisiana. This, unfortunately, is a flood disaster that is going to have repercussions around the country on many folks if we allow this type of incompetence to continue. This is not the first flood, yet in many instances it appears that some of the reactions to this makes it look like this is the first disaster we've ever seen as a country, and it's awful. Mr. Fenton, I'm not sure what Administrator Fenton, I'm not sure what grade you'd give FEMA. I've ridden out disasters with you all before. The performance I've seen here is one of the worst, unfortunately, one of the worst I've ever seen. And I think it absolutely has exacerbated the impact on the flood victims. Specifically, when you look at what happened after the flood, community members came together, and I mean, literally, I watched people give their shirts off their back because people had just wet clothes because they came out in a boat or whatever else. Literally took the shirt off their back, literally took food out of their freezer, literally housed strangers in their homes, businesses, churches, elsewhere. This disaster would have been if it were not for the amazing people that came together to rescue one another and to help one another recover. And unfortunately, when FEMA came in, we saw an abrupt halting of that progress and restoration following this flood. And unfortunately, that's continuing today. I want to go back and clarify a few things. Governor, you and I think, are on different pages in regard to the timing on some of this stuff, and I want to make sure we get that sorted out. I looked on your website, and I see where let's see, it looks like your first post in regard to the flood is on August 12th, and it looks like GOSEP's first post on the flood is on August 19th, August 16th, which was again, in both cases after the flood. Number two, there were about 20 watches, warnings, and other things posted by the National Weather Service prior to the flood in regard to the warnings that the flood was coming. I actually got so frustrated that I spent over an hour sitting in my office going through all the river reports and everything that were out there, and while there was a lapse between when I sent the email and it actually got posted up on our Facebook, I was warning people that this was going to far exceed the '83 flood and that folks needed to evacuate or be prepared for those flooding conditions. And this was before the flood, obviously. And so there was ample information out there. But a few things. Now, the contractor that you're hiring right now, that contractor is going to be responsible for financial controls and procurement and dispersing money and things along that lines. Is that accurate?
On the
contract, you're going through a solicitation process right now?
The CDBG piece.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm
yes,
sorry.
Sir.
And by the way, I don't believe I ever said there were no forecasts of heavy rains. There was nothing on the order of magnitude of 30 inches that were forecast. In fact, the best we could tell, it was 10 inches was the most that forecast came in ahead of time.
I don't remember the exact inches that they predicted, but they clearly predicted it was going to be beyond the '83 flood. And so but we can move on from there. So answering on the CDBG contract, am I correct in that financial controls, procurement, dispersing of funds, and things along those lines?
We were the contractor. The process we're under right now is to select a program manager. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
And under the solicitation that I saw, it appears they're responsible for financial controls. Yes. Okay. And because I just wanted to make note that in the Federal Register notice that was published on November 21st, it actually says that the grantee has to submit certification documentation providing a basis that the grantee has proficient financial controls and procurement process and establish adequate procedures to prevent duplication of benefits and things along those lines. So the fact that a contractor is not in place now does potentially impede some of that progress. Number two, when we met on August 19th, I suggested to you then that you go ahead and hire a program management contractor. You begin collecting data from flood victims and others, so we're ready with this implementation plan. I further suggested that you review the Federal Register notice from both the South Carolina flood and the West Virginia flood. I might have mentioned a third one, but I know I mentioned those two floods because I expected that there would be little to no difference between the Federal Register notice that was published on November 21st and the previous notices that were published several months before our flood. And in reality, in looking at the notices, that's the case. There are virtually no differences, just very minor differences that wouldn't have had any impact on an action plan. And as a matter of fact, you stated earlier that it was 17 days after that plan, but as I recall, I think you actually submitted your action plan on January 3rd for the November 21st notice. And also I want to make note that the funds were actually appropriated, I think it was around September 30th. It was the end of September. And so if you had simply hired a contractor back in August, if you had collected the information, if you had reviewed the previous Federal Register notices, you could have submitted a plan even before this November 21st deadline, because every place in here, you can see the several highlights in here, every place in here it actually says that the certification documentation submitted within 60 days of this effective date of notice, or when the grantee's submission of its action plan, whichever is earlier. And so clearly that could have happened before, And then the other thing, you keep saying that the state is in no way delaying the execution of these funds or the disbursement of these funds to flood victims. There's not a contractor in place. There's not a mechanism to disperse funds. Governor, look, you and I represent the same people, and I was very concerned on Friday when you suggested that I was doing this for politics. We represent the same people, Governor, and I'm going around meeting with these people who are literally living in tents, living in uninsulated homes, don't have their businesses opened up. Livingston Parish has an article in the paper talking about the number of people that aren't reapplying for business licenses. I don't have any desire other than to get people back in their homes, and I'm simply venting that frustration from them. You care to respond?
I'm certainly happy to respond. First of all, the submission of the state action plan for the first $438 million appropriation was historically fast. And we can look and say you could have possibly done this. The fact of the matter, it was historically fast. The second submission was even faster, and in fact, fast enough that the grant agreement included both of those appropriations, but that money is still not yet available. The money became obligated yesterday, Congressman.
Governor, you had Mr. Cartwright earlier cite the February 14th letter. This approved the first $438 million. If a contractor was in place, the funds could have been distributed based on the $438 million. The state made a
that is not true, Congressman. That is not true. You cannot distribute money before you have it. We don't have it because the grant agreement...
Because you submitted an amendment and told them to combine the December and September appropriations, which delayed it, Governor.
Which is also not true. We didn't tell anybody to combine it. We were asked by HUD to combine the two. Once we got the second action plan submitted so quickly as an amendment to the first one, they believed it made sense to combine the two. We said we're okay doing that, but not if the first appropriation is delayed, but by speeding up the availability of the second appropriation, which is exactly what happened. That first appropriation under the original timeline wasn't going to be available until sometime in May. We executed the grant agreement on it this past Friday. It also included the second appropriation. So now we have the $1.6 billion available all at one time, which is going to be very helpful to address one of your earlier concerns that I share about low to moderate income and the percentage of homeowners that we're going to be able to help beyond that category. But it's historically fast. The money is not yet available. There is nothing we could have done before today that would have made the money available to put into homeowners' homes in terms of repairs before the line of credit is established.
Governor, it says whichever's earlier. It says it all over the notice, whichever's earlier. You didn't have to wait for this. You could have based it upon the previous Federal Register notices, which I suggested to you back in August. And to say that the funds were not delayed as a result of the decision to combine, that's just not true. It's not. The notice is here. You would have had a line of credit for $438 million that you could have begun distributing. There's not a contract in place, and there's still not one in place. And when the line of credit's ultimately available, you're not going to have a contractor in place or a disbursement mechanism in place to get the money out the door.
Well, first of all, I don't know that we know that yet because it isn't established, and it could happen at any time, as I understand, over the next week or 2 weeks, potentially 3 weeks.
But you don't have a contract.
But there is nothing we could do. There's nothing that we could have done that would have made that money available any faster.
Sure. Congressman Cummings.
Yeah, thanks. Governor, I just want to, seems like we're going back and forth here. Just one question. As I'm listening to you, it sounds like what you're saying is that you did everything you could to get the money as fast as you could, and the combination allows you to do that. Is that right?
Well, it does. And the other thing that I would like to point out again, the other state grantees that were appropriated money in September have not submitted their first action plan. We've actually submitted two. And the second appropriation was then consolidated with the first one in terms of that grant agreement, so that we executed the grant agreement last Friday, HUD executed it yesterday, and so for the first time, the money is actually obligated. But if you look at the normal timeline associated with this, Congressman Cummings, that first appropriation would not have been available in a line of credit until sometime in May.
Okay.
We're going to beat that deadline. And at the same time, we will have the full $1.6 billion, not just the first $438 million.
All right, thank you.
I'll now recognize myself. Governor, to say that this is historically fast, I mean, come on. It's April. This thing happened in August of last year. If you have documentation from HUD suggesting that you do something to combine, or that something that would slow this down, or please provide that to this committee. I think this is a combination of failure at the state level, but I think there's also a lot of failure at the federal government level. And I want to try to, and I know Mr. Cummings and others feels this way too, this is as Congressman Graves is talking about, this is not the first time these things have happened. Mr. Fenton, Congress appropriates how much money to you on an annual basis? Just an annual appropriation.
Including DRF, and so just for the disaster relief fund, I think it's $7–8 billion a year, just the disaster relief fund, and then plus we have money for flood insurance, which is mostly through the policies, and then another couple billion on top of that.
So you're about $15 billion.
Yeah, about $15 billion when you add it all up, all the different.
And I got to tell you, $15 billion a year to do what? Be ready if there's a disaster. Were you ready for this one?
Well, we always can do better. And I think you've pointed out a number of areas where we can do better. I think what happens in the bigger events and these large events, whether it be this event, Louisiana, or Katrina, that it maximizes our capability and the throughput that we have. So when our throughput for mobile homes is about, I think on average, the best I saw was about 41 a day, it doesn't meet the huge numbers when you have 4,500 people ultimately that needed mobile homes.
Okay, so let's put that chart back up on the mobile housing units. This is this event. We have this chart. I mean, those numbers don't ramp up till the end of the year. And they don't even get close to what we need until February.
So our focus immediately is to put people in rental properties, if available, into hotels, and then start to determine, and we're also working the TSA program with, or the shelter, the STEP program with the governor. And so we're getting people into safe, habitable locations outside of shelters. And then we start working through those individuals to determine their requirements. And at the same time, start to order.
If you think you can do, you said, I think, 41 a day?
41 a day with the infrastructure all being intact, power, water, sewer, all
in
being
perfect
intact.
conditions. I mean,
so 41 a day is what we got up to, right? It takes some time.
It took you like 6 months to get to that point.
It takes some time to get the infrastructure and the resources there in order to meet that level.
Can take down the graphic.
Yep.
If we paid you nothing and we just said, hey, Louisiana, here's a bunch of money, go help fight this disaster, Mr. Harrell, what do you think would have happened?
Quite honestly, I probably would have failed miserably, but at least it would have been me failing instead of pointing fingers at someone else. I would like to have the opportunity to do that any day of the week because I feel like I failed the people of Livingston Parish on this disaster, and that's strictly due to the inability of FEMA to work as a team. And I'm going to go back and throw something else in. If you'll look at your National Response Framework, if you look at your NIMS management system, it all says that we work as a team at the lowest possible level. It's not a team approach when it comes to FEMA. So yes, give me a block grant, let me handle my people.
You know, that's what's sad about this is there are a lot of good men and women serving in all of your organizations. You go talk to the person who's down there on the ground in Louisiana trying to do things, working for FEMA, I think their heart's in the right place. But I don't think any of you could look at this and assess it as a B+ or highly successful, anything other than a total and utter failure from top to bottom. We're not serving the people that they pay the taxes. They do what they're supposed to do, and they're on the receiving end of something that's so devastating, it's just, you can't even fathom it. I don't understand, and nor should we ever tolerate such a lack of response. I want to read, this is, again, it's an internal FEMA document. This document, and the print is like too font here, but this is January of 2017. This is regarding CB&I. It says, for the month of December 2016, the report indicates that the contractor received 1,980 maintenance calls. The contractor only completed 198 of those. Thus, 90% were not complete. And Mr. Boone, you come here and tell us you were highly successful. I just don't understand the disconnect. It's not even close. Let me read another. This is the long term. That was just for the short term. Long term, repeat calls, repeat caller complaints that go without maintenance attention are numerous. Then it says there are 1,655 out of 4,793 issues not completed, which is only a completion rate of 35%. It's not as if we haven't ponied up the money. You're getting big contracts, but I don't understand, Mr. Boone, how you're not aware of this. And Mr. Fenton, if you're not aware of this, who is?
Upon coming into this job, January 20th, I went down there and I asked those questions. At that time when I was down there in February.
How long have you been with FEMA?
Been FEMA 20 years, sir.
What was your job before this?
I was the regional administrator for the West Coast, and still am.
Okay. And still you don't have that? Okay.
I'm the acting administrator right now, but I'm...
Sorry, keep going, keep going.
Yep. So I've been FEMA 20 years, 13 years in Region 9, 6 years in D.C., went back there for the last 2 years as now the regional administrator. Got sent here to be the acting administrator just starting January 20th. Been here since January 20th as the acting administrator, sir.
I tell you, you got your hands full, because we've seen this movie before, and we've seen it in Louisiana, and we failed again. The federal government fell on its face, and the state didn't do much to help either. As I'm telling you, to not be prepared in April for a contract to start putting stuff out the door, I just can't even imagine what these people are dealing with internally. Let's go to Congressman Johnson, who's also joined us from Louisiana. Congressman, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It really was an epic failure, federal and state government. I take issue with what you said, Mr. Harrell. I don't think it was your failure. I think it was at higher levels. And, you know, the sad thing about it is in Louisiana, we do recovery really well because we have so much experience with it. I mean, sadly, as you noted, just in your administration, Governor, there's been a series of tragedies and disasters. But the reason we do recovery well in Louisiana is not because of the federal or state government. It's because of our people, because they're very resourceful. They're survivors. Communities work together, neighbors band together, citizens go into action. They know what to do. They take care of one another, often in spite of the government, not because of it. Governor, in January you described the shelter-at-home program as being very successful. And there's been a lot of discussion about this today, and you gentlemen have taken some heat. Do you still stand by that statement? Do you still say that our shelter-at-home is a model that's very successful?
I believe that it served its purpose by and large, and it's successful in the sense that I think it was a little over 3 months, the shelter-at-home program was stood up, and actually 10,000 homes in just a little over 3 months actually received those repairs to make their homes safe, habitable, and secure so people could go back home. That was the only option we had then. And by the way, if a similar disaster hits us today, it's the only option we have today, because you don't have the TSA available in terms of motels and hotels. The rental assistance isn't available because you don't have the units there, the capacity, and MHUs are too slow coming and actually cost too much. But if you look at the fact that 3,000 families were in hotels, we paid $46 million for that, and we actually got 11,000 homes done under shelter at home. And the most important thing was those individuals were able to stay in their communities where they live and work, so that businesses had employees and customers, schools had students and teachers, churches had parishioners on Sunday. And so given the concerns that we had, I would say that it was largely successful. Certainly not perfect. We would much rather have engaged in much better repairs in terms of not being limited to temporary repairs, for example.
Well, and part of the purpose of this exercise is so that we can all learn by the mistakes and make improvements. So heaven forbid something of this scale happens again, we can do it better. So, you know, I don't know that everybody agrees with the assessment, Governor, and I'm basing this in part on this past December. You know, the state surveyed over 2,000 people that were involved, about a fifth of the homeowners that were using the shelter-at-home program. And the Advocate had a report that said 46% of them, almost half, said they'd not returned home at that point, and they were citing shoddy repairs and questionable living conditions. So, I mean, I know that there's been some improvement since that time, but still, I think we've got a real perception problem, and I'm not sure how to overcome that. There's also numerous reports of infamous overbilling for services and products and even charges for work that was never done. I know all of you are aware of that. My question is, and my real concern always is about good stewardship of taxpayer dollars and wise use of that and eliminating fraud, waste, and abuse. So apparently there's a lot of fraud involved in this. What happens if the state receives a complaint about fraud of that magnitude? You know, for example, billing for charges that were never provided, services.
Well, at that point in time, if the state receives that information, we would call in AECOM, find out the specific contractor that engaged in the repairs on that particular home, look at the scope of work that was authorized, the scope of work that was done, and the inspection, the final inspection, to see if it matched up and if the work was truly performed.
How many outstanding cases of fraud against the shelter-at-home program are being investigated now? Do you know?
Any outstanding? No outstanding. As far as we know, there are no outstanding allegations of fraud against the program, and I think the total number of complaints was in the neighborhood of 300 out of 11,000, and those complaints weren't about fraud necessarily. Those were individuals who wanted a scope of work that was greater than what was performed. Some of it had to do with the workmanship, and a lot of times those were conflated because people don't like the temporary nature of the repairs that were made in many cases.
I'm out of time, but just one last question for FEMA, Mr. Fenton. Does FEMA provide direct oversight of the shelter-at-home program or the state equivalents thereof? I mean, what does that look like in terms of oversight?
Yeah, it's a grant to the state. We worked with them on the implementation plan and the checks and balances within that. They talked to New York, got their lessons learned from New York. We've looked at some past IG audits on some of their recommendations, and the program is running again as a pilot for a second time in Louisiana. We provide a grant through our public assistance program, so eventually there'll be a project worksheet for this where we cost share it, and we provide oversight of those dollars going down to the state and ensure that they're doing the work.
This is the last question, and I'm just going to ask you for the record today. I'm sure this goes without saying, but we have your absolute commitment that you're going to improve these programs and make this better for the next round, right?
Well, yeah, definitely, 110%, sir. I've already started since coming on January 20th, the housing summit that I talked about in my opening statement. I've reached out to MIT and Lincoln Labs to get them, the academic community, to take a look at what we're doing and give us maybe an outside look at what we could do better. And we're going to do we're going to invite industry in for Industry Day because there's multiple different capabilities we could bring to the table. If we can find something that is more agile, faster, but as safe, we'll look to do that. Right now, the MHU, just because of the size, trying to put it on individual lots represents a lot of challenges with degraded infrastructure, and so it slows us down in being able to meet the numbers that happen in this event. So we need to go back to something that is more agile, but still safe. When we were in Katrina, we were using travel trailers, and while they were more agile and faster, the safety was a concern. So we need to find something in the middle that meets the requirement during these big events, and we're looking to make those improvements.
Let's do it quickly. Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you. We'll go to the ranking minority member.
Thank you.
Congressman Cummings.
Fenton, after Mr. Wilson's death, FEMA raised serious concerns that CB&I was understaffed and disorganized. Senior FEMA staff warned that CB&I failed to complete 90% of its maintenance calls in the month of December. The contractor failed to show up for 40% of the scheduled monthly maintenance visits. FEMA characterized CB&I performance during this period as, quote, error-prone and incomplete, end of quote. Senator, can you please describe the concerns that FEMA had with CB&I?
Well, sir, since coming on January 20th and in my meeting February down at the Joint Field Office, I asked a number of questions because of concerns I've heard with regard to the contract. There is a number of discussions that go on in operations between individuals with regard to concerns, emails that you guys have. Ultimately, it warranted a letter of concern that we wrote to CB&I from our contractor to put in writing those issues. Since that letter of concern, I'm told when I went down to the visit that they have stepped up and the times have significantly decreased. And last night, when I had a discussion with our contractor again and asked the questions, they were pretty, said that the relationship and the level of work have increased to the level that everything is satisfactory at this point.
So, Mr. Boone, how do you respond to the problems, the failures of your company? There were some failures. Would you agree? Okay, go ahead.
Those issues that have been raised are new to me. So obviously, I need to sort through that and understand the context of those issues. If there are failures, we'll fix them. I think as Mr. Fenton has articulated, there was a letter of concern never officially given to us. It was slid across the table from the contracting officer and shared in a brief moment with our project manager. We aggressively addressed those concerns and have performed, to our knowledge, in a very highly successful way.
All right, well, let me just cite this very quickly, and then we'll be ending the hearing very shortly. On January 17, 2017, one of the residents in a manufactured housing unit wrote to FEMA about a serious plumbing issue that she had been trying to get resolved for a month. When she called CB&I's maintenance line, she found that, and I quote, it basically is a helpline, a help desk ticket center with no calls back, end of quote. She was so frustrated with CB&I's lack of response that her husband rented a drain camera to prove that the sewer pipe had burst and sent the pictures of the damaged pipes to CB&I. After several more days of waiting, CB&I finally dispatched the contractor to the unit. She explained that the subcontractor and I, quote, assessed it, looked at our video, wrote up the paperwork, end of quote. But then the technician left without fixing the problem. Mr. Boone, why didn't your company fix the problem? Is that unusual?
No, we address those problems. So again, this is news to me, and I'll dig into it, but we have a reputation of doing prompt and responsive work. So obviously, if this allegation is true, we have to get to the bottom of it.
All right. Thank you very much.
Recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Gothman.
Yeah, Mr. Fenton, I'd like to kind of go over some territory that was covered before. I had another hearing at the time. Each manufactured housing unit that you purchase costs around $140,000 to install and maintain, correct?
The full wraparound cost to put a manufactured housing unit on an individual's property is $129, is what I'm told. $149 if we have to put it on a different lot. That includes the purchase of the unit, the hauling to the location, the installation cost, and then eventually the deactivation.
And some people would buy these on their own?
Some people may buy them on their own. We in FEMA buy them direct from 6 manufacturers.
Okay, so you got a good deal. Well, presumably because you buy them in bulk.
We're buying units that are from HUD, regulated plants. We're buying units that have extra retrofitting as far as the frame. We put a fire suppression system in and do a lot of things above and beyond the normal models.
Right. But presumably because you're buying lots rather than if I just walked up and say I want one, you're getting a better deal than somebody would want if they just buy one of these, correct?
I would think so. I think time plays into that. We're buying a lot of units in a very short duration, but there's time, and then there's the number that we're buying.
Okay, my notes here say that you turn around and after spending $140,000, $145,000 for these, you spin around and sell them for $11,000. Is that accurate?
We are required to, if it's not cost effective to bring them back to our location, they can't be retrofitted, then we go through the GSA excess property. By statute, we're required to put it through there, and they sell those units, and $11,000 is what I'm told that some of those units fetch.
Does that hit you as unusual?
As far as
odd? I mean, I would think that if you buy something for $140,000 or $130,000, and 2 years later you sell it for $11,000, I would think that somebody really screwed up. Do you have?
Well, the unit itself is $60,000, and then it's been used now for some period of time. So you have to make repairs to the unit, which is some cost, and then you got to go ahead and move the unit back and store it. So we take into account the cost to restore it back to pre-disaster condition, the cost to move it, the cost to go ahead and mothball it and sustain it, versus the cost to sell it on site. And if it's more cost effective to sell on site, we're going to choose that option versus exceeding that cost by doing all the 3 things that I said and doing more costs to go ahead and move it back to a location, especially if it's not usable again.
Okay.
And many of these are not usable after 18 months and after the travel that they've done already.
You pay $140,000 a year for something that's not usable after 16 months?
$60,000 for the unit. The rest of the cost is moving it. The rest of the cost is installation of that, the water, sewer, gas hookups, and deactivation.
Even $60,000. You mean a year and a half after you buy something for $60,000, it's been so ripped apart that it's worth $10,000. And recently, staff here found one listed on your auction site or GSA's auction site for $2,500. Doesn't it? Can you explain why the dramatic decline in value or something that I would think should be good for 30 or 40 years?
All I know is that usually the long distances they travel impact the frame of the unit. The use of it underneath the conditions that we put them in impact that. And so therefore we put them out on the fair market to get as much as GSA can get for those units.
How many, usually one family lives in these things?
Yes, one family usually.
Well, I'll tell you this. If I was in a situation like this, and I needed housing for 2 years or something, I would think if you rent an apartment almost, I would think, maybe not in Washington, D.C., obviously, but other places, you can get a fairly good apartment for under $10,000 a year. Do you think it would be more cost effective if somebody's in a situation, say, for a year and a half, we're just giving you a check for $12,000 and you find housing?
We do provide rental assistance to them at the fair market rental rate.
I mean, across the board. Rather than say I'm going to spend $150,000 for something that I'm going to sell in a year and a half for $10,000, or maybe $140 and $12 or whatever, why don't we just across the board just say, here, family, here's a check for $15,000, you find an apartment?
I think we should look at many options to do that. The case, though, is that if you want the individual to stay within that community and you want to reestablish that community, if there's no resources available in that community, because we are providing rental assistance, we are providing hoteling assistance, and the reason why we're going to manufactured homes is because there are those other two options are either not available or the individual wants to move back to their home to make repairs. So giving someone a grant is an option. We're glad to look at that and discuss that as an option, but I'm not sure it takes care of the issue.
Well, my time is up. I'm just saying, you know, wherever I am today, I find people who are driving a half hour, 50 minutes to work. So, but thanks.
Yep.
Recognize Mr. Graves for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to follow up on a few things. One, Mr. Fenton, look, you inherited this mess. I know that you've been out west and that you came in, and certainly there's been a lot of frustration aimed at you, but I know that you weren't responsible for these decisions, and I just wanted to make that clear. I know that you came in an acting role after this, and a lot of the frustrations we had during the peak of the flood were not your responsibility. Unfortunately, the committee did invite Mr. Fugate to come testify at the last hearing, and he did not come, and I just wanted to distinguish that fact. But one thing I want to reiterate. You cannot allow for these type of failures to continue in future disasters, in this one and in future disasters. We're re-victimizing disaster victims. It's not okay. Number two, we're fleecing taxpayers. The cost of these trailers, whenever local trailer dealers, and Mr. Fenton, one thing I want to point out, Jason R., the Livingston Parish Sheriff, came to us and said that for $35,000, if I remember correctly, per trailer, they could set up a trailer park for his deputies because they needed stability, he needed law enforcement. I called the secretary, I called the deputy secretary, I tried Mr. Fugate several times, never heard back from him, had conference calls with a deputy and with the secretary about this, and repeatedly they rejected it. In turn, they instead paid $150,000 per trailer. Right now, Sheriff Ard, I think, is selling back some of those trailers, and again, my numbers ballpark about $25,000, or a net payment from FEMA or for the Sheriff's Office for $10,000. Y'all are refusing to reimburse him. So you're opting to spend $150,000 instead of $10,000. How do you go stand up in front of taxpayers with a $20 trillion debt and defend those decisions? Governor, I want to clarify on or just make a statement on shelter at home. I commend you for shelter at home. I tweeted that day and said that that is an innovative approach, and I like it because it helps get people back into their homes, their communities, helps restore the tax base that I know Mr. Harrell, President Leighton Ricks, and I know we also have the chairman of our Homeland Security Committee in the Senate, Bodie White, and the chairman of Education Committee, Senator Blade Morris, and Representative Miguez here. I know all these people care about people getting back and restoring the community and the tax base and everything back in their homes. I commend you, but I also said the execution was going to be based on execution. I think execution was a failure. You and I have talked about the word temporary in the Stafford Act. We've got to work with FEMA to change that because I think that once I saw the parameters, it was absurd, and it just didn't make sense to move forward. And what happened is we prevented these flood victims from having other housing options by doing shelter at home in many cases, and that's unfortunate. People told me over and over again they couldn't get responses from Contractor, the work was substandard, and had they known what it would have been like, they never would have opted for that. Lastly, I've got a number of documents. I'm not going to go back and forth with you here on arguing what the timelines are and everything else. So what I'm going to do is, Mr. Chairman, I've got documents from HUD. I've got documents from the governor. I've got the Federal Register notice. I'm going to submit these for the record. The documents speak for themselves. Very clear in this case, and I ask unanimous consent that those be included in the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
And at the end of the day, and it doesn't matter, you know, again, Mr. Harrell, Mr. Boone, Administrator Fenton, Governor, this whole thing is about people. It's about people. And the decisions that you have to make at the end of the day, you need to be thinking about those where you can stand up in front of people and defend the decisions that are being made. And what ends up happening is that a lot of the decisions are absolutely decisions that can't be defended. I think about it all the time. Well, I've got to defend this at a town hall meeting, standing up at a town hall meeting and defending it to constituents. And a lot of these decisions simply can't be defended, whether it's the amount of time it's taken from a September appropriation that's not going to get out the door until probably May, or it's trailers that have taken 6 months to get to people after this flood, or it's the fleecing of taxpayers. It's absolutely unacceptable, and you can't defend these actions. And so people can say that this manual, this regulation, whatever. Those things, in the wake of a disaster or in the peak of a disaster, you've got to do what's right. And over again, I remember being in disasters, being in unified command in the state of Louisiana. In some cases, you've got to say, I'm going to do what's right versus what this manual says, because no two disasters are the same. Manuals in some cases and regulations can't anticipate the unique conditions, and FEMA gets so wrapped around the axle. Watching the inefficiencies there was infuriating, and unfortunately, in many cases, they're continuing on, and these people are being re-victimized. So for the tens of thousands of people that are still displaced, tens of thousands that are still displaced today, we need to do a better job getting them back into their communities. And we need to make sure that none of this ever happens again. Yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Now recognize Mr. Cummings.
I just want to submit a letter for the record. Mr. Cartwright referred to this letter dated February 14, 2017, from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, the one complimenting the governor on his...
Without objection, so ordered.
You want to have this? Yeah. That's all.
Gentleman yields back. As we close here, I want to thank you all for being here and participating. I think what Mr. Graves pointed out is a very good summary of the problem and the situation that we have. I really do commend the Livingston Parish Sheriff, who took care of his deputies. You know, and you got to take a good hard look, Mr. Fenton, because here's a sheriff who's got to take care of his deputies, because he knows if you take care of his deputies, deputies can help take care of other people. Somehow, some way, he went out and bought things at $35,000 a piece. And you, FEMA, are buying them at $150,000 and taking 6 months to do it. Something dramatically wrong there. Mr. Harrell, I want to give you the last word here. You live there. You deal with this. You put your heart and soul into this, I know. What are the closing comments, things you want all of us to hear? And then we'll close this hearing.
2 words, FEMA reform. It's that simple. But don't do it in Washington. Don't do it at the regional level. Get it down to the state, get it down to the local level. Let us have input. We don't have it. We try to follow the guidance that FEMA puts out on every document they have. We do it. FEMA does not do it. That's all I'm asking, FEMA reform. It's that simple. I'd like to play a part in it. I think a lot of emergency managers across the country would like to play a part in it. That's my goal.
We hear you.
Thank you.
And I appreciate that doing that. And to the men and women who suffered through that, who responded and helped their neighbors, God bless you. Again, thank you for this hearing. It's very productive. The committee stands adjourned.